Good morning, good morning. Happy Tuesday. I just jumped in this higher low right here that just printed at 8:15, right when I jumped on stream. I'm in at 21,048.75. I did have a limit order sitting down here at the daily open, but it never got down that far. So I saw this higher low print right when I was jumping on stream and decided to go ahead and just jump in that. The reason why I had a limit order on the daily open is because if you take a fib and if you put a fib on there from the news at 7:30, the golden pocket is sitting right there at the daily open. So you got the daily open and the golden pocket together. So I was hoping to get a wick down and to get tagged in, but it would just never go down. So it's okay. I don't usually trade that way, but when you get a giant candle like that, retracing to the golden pocket is usually not a bad place to just go ahead and put a limit order. So, Patrick, good morning. Let's go ahead and check out the news really quick. Let's see. Well, this morning we had core PPI and PPI at 7:30. That's pretty much it for today. Tomorrow we have CPI at 7:30. Empire State Manufacturing Index at 7:30. Employment change at 6:30 p.m. So mainly just CPI tomorrow, and that is about it. On the higher time frames, we are bullish on the hourly. Delta is above that rising confirmation line. Yesterday we called out this Delta squeeze at 11 a.m. and said, well, because of that, we could remain bullish the rest of the week, or at least for a significant amount of time on a higher time frame. So we'll see if that ends up playing out. On the 15, Delta did fall under the confirmation line, so we're a little bit more bearish there. On the 5, we were bearish. We were in this downtrend as the Delta was under that falling confirmation line, but with the news this morning, we popped back above. So on the 5, we are bullish again. And on the 1, obviously, we were bullish with that news, but we got to be a little careful here because that is a giant mother bar. So as long as we stay within this range of that mother bar, it could get kind of choppy. And if you notice, there's some chop right here. It's a little bit more over here. So, but hopefully we can push up and break outside this range. Right now I am targeting the high for 90 1/4 points if I can get it. If I get an earlier exit signal, I might exit early. going to go ahead and move my stop to break even. And we'll throw a trend line on here and see if we can get past that. Ben Rose, good morning. Good luck to you too if you're trading. We are getting a tick down from that upper power zone, but I'm going to give this one a little bit more wiggle room. I could have taken profit there, but I am of the mindset that we should be moving up. So we got the open in about 9 minutes. Got the 825 algorithm here in about 3.5 minutes. See if that does anything. I don't think it's going to do much, but we'll see. Our ATR is sitting at a 57, almost 58 right now, which is right there in the sweet spot. I'd like it to be somewhere between 30 and 70. That's a 4 times ATR number. You can see that little green number above my handsome face right there. It's sitting at a 55 right now. We're sitting above both VWAPs right now. We have the standard VWAP and the anchored VWAP, which is anchored to the 7 a.m. Central Time candle. That's the orange line. Blue line is a standard VWAP. Bitcoin has been making a really nice recovery. Was all the way down here at 89,000, and we've already pumped all the way back to 97. So crypto's looking pretty good at the moment. Starting to print a lower high from that upper power zone. Delta isn't looking all that strong at the moment. It's also right up against that trend line. If I wanted to be super conservative, I would definitely take profit here. But still going to hold out for the big one. I might get stopped out at break even. We'll see. But I think if we break this trend line, it could move to that high pretty quick. That lower high didn't officially print. It's just flashing, but it got bought up right away. We also have this pivot line sitting here at 21,091. Starting to print that lower high again on the signal line. We do have a consistently rising delta though, which is good. That is the direction of the current you want to trade, typically. Here we are officially printing this lower high now from that upper power zone. That is anybody who's scalping, that's a conservative place to take profit. Got the open sitting here in about 2.5 minutes. Starting to get a little bit of a break above that trend line. A little bit of a retest there. Delta still is not terribly strong. It's rising, but it's really thin. Looks kind of weak. All right, we got about 1 minute here. Again, I'm just going to keep my stop at break even. I might get stopped out, but I'm assuming at the open we're going to get a pop here. I could be wrong. It might pull back and take out this low, this swing low. It likes to do that first. That's why I don't have my stop sitting there. Because every time I do that, it tends to stop me out, and then it goes the direction that I that I was planning. All right, here we go. Gonna get a pop here. And it just took out that swing low that I was talking about right here. And, oh, it got my break even. So that didn't go as planned, but that's all right. There will be many more. As I was saying, the conservative place to take profit there was this lower high. Let's see if I would have taken that. It would have been 22.25 points. If I looked for my standard 125 ticks, I definitely would have got that too. But it's a break even. Delta is getting pretty orange. I had that really strong candle on the news, but as long as we stay within that mother bar, it could get pretty choppy in here. Okay, we did tap the daily open now, which is, as I was saying earlier, that is the golden pocket on the fib. So that's where I originally had my limit order to go long. See the golden pockets right here. The 618 is right at that daily open. So it's actually not a bad place to just go ahead and throw a limit order. When this was playing out, we had this tick up from that lower power zone. That's where I originally had my limit order. But it just never would get there. So I jumped in on this higher low on the signal. So we'll wait and see what it wants to do. We don't really have any other news today, so it shouldn't be really waiting for anything unless it's going to wait for the news tomorrow. All right, we did just put in a tick up from the green zone, so I went long there. My stop looks so tiny. Looks like our ATR is sitting at a 79. Yeah, tagging that daily open. After I broke even on that one, I should have just threw a limit order on there right away. Like I said, I typically don't trade that way, but when you get a big candle like that off of news, trading that golden pocket seems to work pretty well. We're back above that trend line. I'm assuming we're going to at least take the high. That's where I'm going to start for a take profit. And I'll wait for the next one. We got the overnight high sitting here at 143.75. That's probably a better target. And this does look like a big bull flag on the 5-minute, so it could still be a significant move up even after that. But we'll go ahead and target that line for now. Brando Flakes, good morning. We did just put in a tick down from that upper power zone. That is a conservative take profit point. So I'm going to move my stop up a little bit. I'm still of the mindset that we're going to take the high. So, but again, I could be conservative and take profit there. Still have a rising confirmation line and a rising delta. As long as those two are rising, we want to look for longs. We did get a tick up above a rising delta, which is pretty bullish. It is running into a little trouble here. We got a lower high printing in that upper power zone. So again, if you want to be conservative, not a bad place to take profit. I'm going to go ahead and take that off the table here. All right, I'm out. So we didn't quite get to where I was looking to go, but still got 37.5 points. And we'll just be patient, wait for the next one. It still might get up there and take that high. We still have a rising delta, so. But, you know, sometimes it's just better to err on the side of being more conservative. If I would have done that on this earlier trade, I would have been up another 30-some points. Brando Flakes, nice little turtle soup liquidity sweep. You know, I hear people talk about that a lot. I have no idea what turtle soup even is. I'm not really an ICT guy, so I trade order blocks and fair value gaps sometimes, but that is about the extent of it. I don't really trade it ICT. Raphael, good morning. All right, now the delta starting to flash negative again. Is running into a little bit of trouble here. You say it without saying it. It's just a higher high or lower low. Then it reverses. Interesting. Usually when I say higher high or lower low, I'm actually referring to the signal line, which doesn't necessarily correspond to price. Like in this case, this was a lower low on price, but a higher low on the signal. Well, good thing I took that profit there, because I would be hitting my break even now if I didn't. We also have potential broadening formation forming here, so I'm going to go ahead and mark it out. So would not be surprised if we make it back down to the daily open at least and take out that swing low. Right now we're sitting on top of previous day high. Schrodin, turtle soup is just a failed breakout strat. I think originally coined by Linda Raschke as a riff/counter strat to the famous turtle traders in the 70s or 80s who traded breakouts. My dad talks about the turtle traders. My dad's been a trader for a long time. He's got books on the turtle traders, I think. But me personally, I'm not familiar with it. I mean, I'm familiar with the term. I'm familiar with the turtle traders, but I didn't really understand how they trade. JWaz, I just hate when my stop loss gets turtle poked. Brando Flakes, yeah, turtle trading is just the breakout and ride of the 20 period average. Okay. Well, earlier I mentioned if we stay inside this mother bar, it can get kind of choppy in here, and so far, we're swinging, but it's still kind of choppy. Like this. I call that chop. If we end up turning positive again right here, this is going to be another chop block. Brando Flakes, I like your style way more. Well, good. I like my style too. It works. It works for me, you know? Everyone's got a different style. That's the thing I like about trading is there's like, a million different ways you can do it. There's not a right way, there's not a wrong way. The right way for you is whatever works for you. Everyone thinks a little bit differently. They see different things in charts, so and there's always room for improvement. Yep, I agree. Still feeling a little heavy here. Still think we're going to take out that swing low. And there we go. Back to the bottom of the Browning formation. Swing low is taken. Now we're sitting on top of the previous month low. We did make it below the 702. So it is starting to feel a bit heavier. The delta is now under the confirmation line. Just didn't have enough to push it up, take that high out, so maybe we're going to take the low down here. Four times ATR sitting at a 104. Still pretty darn high. We are getting a tick up from that lower power zone, which is also the bottom of this Browning formation, so so I'm thinking about taking this long here, but I don't know. We did cross under that confirmation line, but I feel like we're more ranging here. Let's see. All right, I am long. Might regret this one. But the fact that we took out that low, we got a power zone tick up. I gotta try it. 21.01950 is where I'm in. My stop does not even cover the low, so it's really risky. I feel like I'm going to get taken here. Yep, I sure did. And that's why high ATRs are risky with an 80 tick stop. Even if I had my stop in the low, that would have got taken too, so I don't feel so bad. Yeah, I know, Jay was, and not only was I going against the 5-minute, but I was going against my general rule of trying to stay on the side of the confirmation line. So we crossed under. So taking a long when we cross under is risky unless you think we're ranging. Then it's, then you don't have to really pay attention to that as much. But like I said, we took out that swing low. We were on the broadening formation line at the bottom, so I had to try it. There's risk in every trade, right? But yeah, that delta is falling aggressively, so I'm not looking for longs anymore. It'll be interesting to see if this order block, as tiny as it is, holds. The 9 o'clock candle just opened. We do have a delta squeeze on the 15-minute to the downside, which is not a great sign. Give us a juicy short, precious. Yeah, I don't care if it goes up or down as long as it gives me a good entry. We got our second tick up from that lower power zone. So far, that one would have been in profit, taking the second one. You know, you hear me say that a lot, like about the first higher low being a good entry point. And what you'll also notice is if you just take the second, even if it's not a higher low, usually the second tick up from a power zone is usually a good one. If you're in more of a downtrend, you probably want to keep a short leash on it and have a shallower target. In this case, if you targeted the 20 EMA, that would have been a winner. Let's see what that would have been. There's the tick up. Here's the 20. It's like about 33 points. We're back to the daily open. Could this be a retest to go to the downside? She's still trying to climb here. Back to the 50. And back to VWAP. Well, that second tick up is looking pretty good right there, isn't it? See how far that's run so far. About 70 points. And counting. 81 points. That would have been a goodie. And I just now noticed that that tick up occurred on this trend line as well. Had I had that drawn in earlier, I might have taken that tick up. I had it drawn a little differently before. But if you use this low, and this low took out that low, that would make sense. Speaking of, I should probably go ahead and redraw this. Since this high took this high. That's better. Delta's looking really strong. That sucker turned right around. Absolutely no trend, though, so far today. So earlier when I said I'm kind of the mindset that we're ranging, it's looking like that's kind of holding true here. The confirmation line is kind of just floating around the center of this indicator. So if there's no trend, might as well trade the power zones and broadening formations. Back up to the pivot line. It would be nice if it gave us an entry. I really don't like V-bottoms, just because there's nowhere to enter. Well, the fact that we left the bottom of this broadening formation leads me to believe that we are going to take out this swing high at least. We got the delta going back above the confirmation line. We've definitely retraced more than halfway. Uh-oh, what was that? Something just kicked in. Looks like some sellers stepped in on this order block right here. We did get a tick down from that upper power zone there. That is a potential short. The delta is still a little thick for my liking. And we never closed below the 8, so I'm not going to go short there, but I might take a lower high. The delta still looks really strong to me, so and I still think we're going to take out that swing high. So right now we're getting a tick up above a rising delta, but it is in that upper power zone. I don't like those. Still could be a winner, but I'm just always reluctant to take those long. Delta is, this is an impulsive breakout entry if that delta candle is fatter than the previous, though, on this tick up. So that would technically be a valid entry in the playbook if that's the case. I'm going to put a limit order in here. Maybe I could snag a wick. I just got tagged in. At 089.50. It is going up against this resistance here, but we do have a relatively strong delta. It is flashing a lower high though, so I might end up pulling the plug here too if we close this way. We are holding above the 8, which is what I wanted to see. So far, not official. If we print this lower high, if I'm in the profit, I'm just going to probably move to break even. And I'm out. That one actually fell right there at the last second. I got in a little higher here at 78.25, or got out, I mean. So minus 11.25 on that one. That's why I don't like going long in the upper power zone, because that can easily happen to you. And of course, you know, the delta was really strong through this move, and then it just abruptly ended. That's no fun to trade. Our ATR is still pretty high at 85. Nice, JWaz. Yeah, I probably should have just flipped short there, but sometimes when you're long, it's hard to flip that mindset on a dime. Looks like that short is actually playing out. Yeah, why did I not flip? I should have flipped on that lower high. Well, I can tell you why I didn't flip. It's because in my mind I kept thinking we're going to take out this swing high, when I still have to remind myself, like, you know, the cumulative delta, if it's signaling, you should probably just listen to it instead of, you know, it's so easy to convince yourself something else and the chart is going to happen. But the cumulative delta usually doesn't lie. Got some nasty looking chop on the 15 here. Also got some nasty looking chop on the 5. Again, that's more evidence that the 1 is smoother than the higher time frames. I know a lot of people thinks the higher time frames are smoother, but I disagree. Yeah, JWAS, there's zero trend, so I'd expect it to be a doji. Here's the 4-hour regular candle chart. Cumulative delta still looks very rangy to me. Got the delta porpoising above and below that confirmation line. Just kind of hanging out near the center. Back down to the daily open. Will we find support here? We also have the signal line in that bottom power zone. Hey, Stealth is here. Good morning, Stealth. Delta crossing confirmation line, another winner. Looks good. Did you take the confirmation line cross on the way up too? That one looks like it could have been a small winner maybe. On the way down, looks like that could have been a winner. Might have got a little screwy here at the open. Okay, we're starting to flash a tick up from the lower power zone. It's not official. We do have a fair value gap down here it might want to tap into. Sitting right there at the previous month low. We did officially print a tick up in the lower power zone. It's a potential long there. Instead of taking that, I went ahead and threw a limit order in that fair value gap. Try to get a little bit of a discount on the price here since we have such a high ATR still. The other option is to wait for it to close above the 8. All right, I just got tagged in right there. In at 21.0475. Again, this goes against the signal on the 5. JWA, so you probably won't like this one. Delta isn't tapering yet. Tick down again in that lower power zone. Looks like it's getting close to maybe tapping me out. We also closed under that fair value gap. So looks like that wasn't very significant there. Market didn't care too much about that. All right, we're starting to flash a higher low. Can we put that in? Got a little bit of bullish divergence here. It's kind of looking ugly, though. That delta is still falling. Now we put in the higher low. Looks like if I was waiting for that, I would have got a better entry. Instead of trying to catch a little bit of a fallen knife there. Starting to get a little bit of tapering in that delta. It's looking a little better. I'd feel a lot better if we closed above the 8. Now it's looking like it wants to tag me out. Yep, and it tags me out. So much for that one. You're going to take the low? Yep. Starting to tap into that original order block from the news this morning. We're going to have to stay above that to remain bullish. We are getting a tick up after tapping into that. That is a potential long there. But the ATR is still so high, I'm not comfortable buying that. So instead, I'm going to put a limit order back on that order block. See if I might be able to get a wick. But it might just want to go here. Now we got to close above the 8. We got a limit order sitting on the 8 now. JWaz, Ellie is her name. My dog's name's Ellie. Stealth, that strategy you got there is intriguing. I want to take a closer look at that. Looking at the lower time frames and anticipate the delta cross. Sounds like it would probably work pretty well. Well, I think I missed the boat on this one. I'm going to go ahead and cancel my limit order. That's the downside of trying to get in on the 8. You got in long, JWaz? Awesome. Yeah, you know, Normally, I would just go ahead and go long there after hitting that order block, but, you know, this was a loser, this was a loser, this was a loser. So my timing has not been right, so I'm getting a little gun shy now. Yeah, I'm still of the ranging mindset here. So power zone to power zone, I think is... Oh, now we're getting a pullback here. Power zone to power zone is still where my bias is, but unless it wants to break out into a trend. But I don't think we have a trend yet, so... But it looks like I would have been better off today just taking the second, not the first tick, but the second one in the power zones. Except for this one still would have lost if I took that one there. This third tick, that one ended up working. But at least I would have had two really big winners out of these two had I done that. So, and that third loss, or the third one, a loss there doesn't look so bad. Looks like we got some chop down here. We are getting a tick up from the green zone. Not really a big fan of that particular setup, though. Not when it's by the midline like that. Five-minute is bearish now with the delta under the confirmation line. The delta squeeze on the 15 is still playing out, it looks like. We just put in a lower high on the signal here with a weak delta. It's looking like short material. Got the delta rolling over, still weak, negative. And gaining momentum. It's getting thicker. Back down to that order block. We'll see if we put in more of a double bottom here, if we break through. It's looking like we're going to break through, though. Yep, here we go. Back to that broadening formation. Ended up stopping a lot of people out on this wick here. Could be a liquidity sweep. Looks like it's getting bought up pretty quick here. It's a nice looking hammer candle. If we get a tick up here, we will have some bullish divergence. Delta still pointed down, though. Are flashing a tick up down there. It's not really a very clean looking setup, though. We do have bullish divergence. We are back above the order block. We did just have a liquidity sweep. So it's still a decent looking long, I guess. All right, I just went long there. I'm going to go get a coffee refill, and I'll be right back. Whoa, market, what are you doing? Well, I guess the market didn't like me getting coffee, huh? Well, I kind of felt like I was forcing that one. I didn't like the setup necessarily. We had this delta pointed down here. See the delta slope? Delta slope matters, guys. I still have to remind myself of that sometimes. But delta's pointed down. We got this tick up here. The only reason why I did that is because we got back above this order block. We had that liquidity sweep. So I thought maybe it was good enough, but the timing for sure was not right there. So if we can get the delta to start to actually turn up and then get the signal to come down here and tick up like this, then I will be more of a buyer there. That's probably what I should have just waited for in the first place, but I got a little impatient. I know, every time I leave, the market moves. This time it moved in the wrong direction. We did just put in a another lower high on the signal, though, with it pointed down. So, I mean, all of these are potential short entries. Right here at 948, right here at 955. They're kind of risky ones, though, because they're still down there in the green zone. And the delta is not in a power zone. If the delta's in the lower power zone now, so if we got a tick down from the green zone, then that if it stays down there, that's not a bad short. But when it's kind of in this no man's land right here, it's really kind of risky either way. See how my injective trade is doing here. Come on, market. XRP. XRP is doing a lot better. We are just slow grinding to the downside here on NQ. Still at the bottom of this broadening formation. So still not a great place to go short. Best place to go short was up here when I got stomped out on my long at lower high. And you know, looking back, that's actually one of my favorite setups that you guys hear me talk about. We got the confirmation line cross here and then wait patiently for the signal to come down, come back up to the upper power zone and then tick down. So that's my favorite setup, but typically I only like to do that when we're kind of reversing a trend. We didn't even have a trend here. We were more ranging, so but I still should have taken that short and I didn't. Here we are gaining more momentum to the downside. The delta is thickening up again. $10 o'clock candle just opened. 10 o'clock hourly candle. Looks like I should have paid more attention to that delta squeeze on the 15. Now it looks like we might have a runaway train situation where even if you wanted to go short, there's not really a good place to do it. It's like Tesla gapped up today. Why is my computer so slow? I'm going to restart TradingView. Still feels really slow. Maybe it's TradingView. So we're sitting on top of a previous week low now. We're about to have our first delta cross in a power zone. If I was short, that is where I would be taking profit. Delta is tapering. It's starting to turn up, and it is flashing positive. This could potentially be the end of this move. We also closed above the 8 here. We do have our positive slope on the delta. So we have a potential delta squeeze setup coming in the near future. Could potentially V bottom here too. Sometimes it doesn't put in a delta squeeze. Delta never did turn positive. It's working at it though. It is really thin. We're sitting right there on that pivot line, which is at 892. All right, now we're starting to put in a potential delta squeeze. All right, I went long there. I got to try it. It does satisfy all the requirements. So I'm long at 20,908.25. My stop still looks pretty darn small though. ATR's at a 79. It's looking kind of ugly here. Looks like that delta is flattening out or trying to roll back down. We need more bulls to step in here. Come on, market. You can do it. There we go. Now the delta's starting to turn positive. Delta's still pretty darn weak, though. It's looking more and more like I'm going to pay the price on this one. We are flashing a tick down, so if we tick down here, I'm going to pull the plug. And I'm out. Got out a little bit higher. 901.75. Lost 6.5 on that one. That delta is still just super weak. The bulls could not do it right there. Maybe they'll do it here on this one. Putting in another higher low. Still feels too weak to me though, so I guess I'll stay out of this one. Watch this one be a bigger runner. Yeah, this just feels really heavy to me. If we start getting, well, I don't know. Can the bulls do it here? I see it's starting to thicken up a little bit. Of course, they would have to flush me out first. Got flushed out on this chop again. Okay, so that one ended up working. I was just too early on that one. It seems like today everything is taking 2 ticks instead of 1. So now we got another delta squeeze here. My target was this low over here previously. So that's where I was going to take profit had that one worked out, but I guess you can't get them all. I guess that's one way to look at it, JWAS. Schroden, he knows what the market's going to do before the market knows. I wish that was always the case. I could capitalize on that. Well, now we got the delta getting ready to cross the confirmation line, so I'm still not really interested in the short. Even though we're starting to flash a tick down from the upper power zone. If we end up crossing there, I'm going to be looking for longs. We got the 5-minute ticked up from that upper power zone, and we got the signal on the 15 in the lower power zone. So that could easily tick up here pretty soon. On the 15, would that be bullish divergence? If it did, I think it would be. Yeah, if we get a tick up right here, we'll have bullish divergence on the 15. And it is almost to my original take profit point on that last losing trade. There we go. I would have hit it. Man, I'm tired today for some reason. Looks like we did reject off that original order block over there. And we ticked down from that upper power zone at the same time. Like I said, I wasn't interested in that trade because we're crossing the confirmation line, so I'm still going to wait here. I'm just curious to see how much this is going to run. Looks like it ran about 20 points so far. Now, if this thing wants to keep pushing down and we get that delta back under the confirmation line and back into that lower power zone, we could go into a sustained downtrend. But we're not there yet. Also, if this delta remains very weak and orange like it is, and if we put in a lower high from that red zone, that is something I still might take short. As long as the delta is weak. We did just put in a lower high, but it's in the green zone. I'd prefer it to be in the red zone. Still might be could be a decent short, but I'm not going to take it. The delta does appear to be getting weaker. We are putting in another lower high. Might try this one. I know we're in the green zone, but we got 2 in there. All right, I'm short. So we got 2 lower highs in the green zone, and the delta is pointed down, and it appears to be getting or gaining some momentum to the downside. So that's why I took that, but I could get run over here. Ideally, you want those in the red zone, not the green zone. The bulls are trying to fight here, so a tick up against me in this area would take me out. Targeting 50 points on this one. Seems like it keeps getting bought up every time it sells off here, so I'm going to move my stop to break even. If this thing's going to go, it should just go. Now we're looking better. Delta is thickening back up with that negative slope. That's what we want to see. Like I said, slope matters. You want to trade in the direction of the slope if you can. We are ticking up already, so I might end up getting pulled here. It's not official yet. Hopefully the bears can push her back down. There we go. Now we're looking better. Looking at taking out previous week low. There we go. Just took out previous week low. Almost hit my TP. And we got it. Finally back in the green. Got 50 points on that one. As you can see, my win rate sucks ass today. But as long as you got good risk management, you can still be profitable. Come on, TradingVIew, what are you doing? So slow today. Look how long it's taken my indicators to load. So I took profit at 50 points just to make sure I got back to green, but looks like I might have been better off just holding until the next exit signal. We do have the delta back under the confirmation line and back in that power zone. So at this point, you could assume we're going into a sustained downtrend. Potentially. Kind of a nasty day. Let's look at the 5-minute. Yeah. So we've been moving down, but not very easily. That is what I would call a choppy trend. I still wouldn't even really call that a trend. I guess at this point, now that we broke that low, I'd start calling it a trend. On the 1-minute, yeah. Definitely making lower lows and lower highs. So I guess I'm back looking for shorts. Starting to flash a higher low on the 15. And again, there would be bullish divergence on that if we can lock that in. Looks like we got about 11 minutes until the 15-minute candle closes. However, the 15 is still overall overly bearish. The delta squeeze is still playing out. The 5-minute is still looking pretty bearish. And the hourly is technically still bullish. We might get that signal line down in that lower power zone on the hourly. Maybe get a tick up there. Not that that matters a whole lot for the 1 minute. Still just waiting here. Not really a short setup yet. Looks like we might be building a bear flag here. Delta is still negative, still weak. Getting a little bit of a breakdown from this bear flag. Delta is starting to turn positive and is printing a little bit of a delta squeeze potentially. So, however, when you're in extended, well, if you view yourself as in an extended trend or sustained trend, you're not supposed to keep taking those. So I'm not going to go long there. I'll still wait for the short setup. This tick down here still looks like it could be playing out, but it's very thin, so there's not really much. I guess it is negative here. But when it's thin like that, you're kind of playing with fire. There's the breakdown. So it looks like that one still ended up working. Wasn't really an ideal looking setup. If the delta was a little bit thicker, I probably would have taken that, but so yeah, it looks like that bear flag ended up playing out. According to the playbook, when you take those, so if you are trying to get into a bear flag setup, the delta's got to be negative. And here, when it ticked down, it was like flashing positive. That's why I didn't really take that there, but it's got to stay negative and be a little bit thicker than that. Still pushing down here. Looks like our XRP is pushing up. Injective still trying to push up. Bitcoin closed underneath the 8 SMA. So it might be starting to fall apart a little bit. Man, I kind of wish I took that bear flag now. That was kind of a nice push down here. Let's see what that would have been. Ran 43 points so far. Anybody else in short here? Jawaz, are you or have you taken any shorts? No? Got the average daily range line down here at 787. We know it likes to hit those lines every day, so I wouldn't be surprised if we pull down there. Delta still flat in that lower power zone. And negative. We did just tick down with another lower high on the signal. Let's see if I can snipe a short here. All right, I just got tagged in. I'm in at 20,824.50. Close above the 8, I'm pulling it. Of course it would do this right when I try to jump on the train. Yeah, now it's going to squeeze on me. Come on, market. And pull down a little. And I'm out of break even. Second break even for the day. See if this delta squeeze ends up playing out. I'm not taking it. I'm viewing this more as a sustained downtrend. If you got a short target, you can still probably make some money on it. Let's see, where was that entry? Right here. If you're only looking for 10, 20 points, that'd be a winner. Yeah, 5 and 15s are bouncing on the power zones. Well, they're ticking up from the power zones. So we could turn up here for a little bit, potentially. We got the delta crossing the confirmation line now. So longs might be back on the table here pretty soon. Like that delta squeeze actually ended up working out, huh? JWAS, did you take that long? Looks like it would have been a goodie. Stealth, did you take that Delta cross? Oh, you've been long this whole time? Nice. Stealth's target is 898. That is... sec right here. Yeah, that's a decent consolidation zone there. Patrick's been long all day. All right, we're starting to put in a tick down from this upper power zone. But the fact that we broke this high and we had that Delta cross down there, I'm still looking for longs here. I'm not really looking to go short. Sounds good, Patrick. We are tapering on the Delta, though, so we could exhaust here pretty soon. Hopefully we get a little bit of a push up after this tick down, if that's what you're looking for. Here we go, Patrick. You're pushing up again. Got another tick up. The delta is thickening back up, so that's bullish. All right, I'm gonna take a little potty break. I'll be right back. Maybe the market will move. Starting to flash a second tick down in that upper power zone. Delta's still relatively weak. I went ahead and took that short. I said earlier I wasn't really interested in shorts here, but today the second tick downs from the power zones have been kind of popping, so 857 is where I'm in. Delta is starting to turn negative. Because of the fact that we are above the confirmation line, I'm going to go ahead and keep a short leash on this though. I move my stop to break even. And I'm targeting the low. You know, since we do have this average daily range line down here, I'm going to move my take profit to the average daily range. And then I'll just use an exit signal if we get that before we hit that. I kind of always prefer to put my, if I am going to put a static TP, I like to put it at more of an extreme. And then if we get an exit signal on the cumulative delta before that, then I'll just exit on that. Trying to push back up here, back to the 20. If we get a tick up above this delta, I'm going to pull it. And I might even flip long in that case. We did not get an official tick up, so I'm still short. Now this is a down close candle, so if we get a tick up here, I was just going to move my stop. But we did not get a tick up there, so still holding. And my dog wants outside, so I'll be right back. Still no tick up. Still holding. It's trying though. I think we might get a tick up on this one. Delta is also starting to turn positive, so might end up flipping on this. And I am long. And of course it would do that right at my break even, so I got a break even on one. And I'm long on the other, so 856.75. And reason why I went long there is because we have our delta cross and we had our tick up above an overall rising delta. This is that case where we get the cross signal, pulls in the upper half, pulls back down, and ticks up. It's that setup, which is one of my favorite setups. I would prefer if it actually get down in the lower power zone before it ticks up, but sometimes it just doesn't get down there. Oh, come on. Don't fall apart on me now. This is starting to turn into chop. We're getting a choppy delta. Come on, really? And I am back short after putting in a lower high. So I lost right here. I flipped right there. 1650. And now I am short again. So we put in a lower high with a very weak delta, which is why I went short again. If the bulls were going to take it, they should have done it right there when we got that tick up above the delta. Signal's back in that lower power zone, so I got to watch for that power zone tick up here. JWAS. That turn down was also another lower high in price. Yes, it was. So hopefully the bears can push it really quick here, because I hate it when it just goes sideways. Like I said, this is kind of a, with that signal down in that lower power zone, got to watch out for a tick up there, because Delta is still above the confirmation line, so that would be a long. So we got to push out, take out that low, move on down towards the average daily range line. And if we can hit that, I will be happy. All right, gonna go ahead and move my stop to break even now. Targeting 50 points on this one. All right, we just took out that low. Can we keep pushing? She wants that average daily range, doesn't she? I know she does. Just go grab it. There we go. Keep pushing. Almost there. Don't turn yet. Keep pushing. We're starting to flash a tick up from the lower power zone, so that's my exit if we don't push all the way. Gosh, so close. That was what? 3 ticks away from my TP. And now I lost more than half of it. That's always frustrating. All right, well, I guess I am out. Only got 15 and a quarter on that one. Could have been 50 points. Gosh, that's frustrating. Looks like I would have been better off with my original target, which was that low. Had I taken that, that would have been 32 3/4. That would have been better. Confirmation line slope is positive. Delta slope is negative. We do have, this is that area where they're converging here. This is where we should be looking for longs. Which is why I exited out of that short right there on that tick up. Because this could easily turn bullish here. Yeah, about to put on a potential delta squeeze on the 5-minute. Thanks for pointing that out, Jay-Waz. I got a limit order sitting on the 8, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to snag that one. Might have missed it. Yeah, at this point, I'm going to cancel it. If I put a limit order on the 8, I like to get picked up within a couple candles. If it gets to be more than that, then it's too much. It's looking like I should have just flipped long when I got out of that short there. Because it was a long setup. We were talking about that. You know, as long as the delta stays above the confirmation line and we have a positive slope on the confirmation line, a tick up from that lower power zone is a long. Especially with the 5-minute starting to print a delta squeeze, which looks like that'll be official if we can close looking like that in 2 minutes. Just over 1 minute, like 1 minute, 20 seconds. Looks like that swing high is going to get taken. The delta is starting to ramp up with some strength. So I'm still looking for longs. We did put in a tick down from that upper power zone. Which would be a take profit point if you're in a long. Got a little bit of a bull flag setting up here. Bull flag breakout entry. I went long there. Long at 865. We still haven't taken that swing high, so I'm waiting for it to take that swing high. Every time it pops up, it tries to sell off, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and move my stop to break even after this candle close. All right, moved it to break even. Hopefully, there we go. Now she took out the swing high. I got my TP set just under the 200 up there at 20,915 is my target. That might be a little ambitious. Just because we did take out the swing high, and I know it loves to flip it back around after it does that. We also got the signal in that upper power zone, and the delta's still in the bottom half, so bears still have a little bit of an advantage here. Schroden, yeah, I usually don't like going long up there. But the reason why I did in this case is because well, I can't say I knew that this swing high was going to get taken, but I felt like that swing high was going to get taken. And because it hasn't, at the time, it didn't take it yet, I thought I could get in early before it takes it, then move my stop to break even, which is what I did, and I'm still in. I still might get taken out at break even here. You know, I don't mind having a break even if it gives me a chance to make a bigger run. So, yeah, that one was a break even. And there's your second tick down from the upper power zone, which I could have taken that short, but I didn't. I'm still waiting for more of a long setup. This particular bull flag breakout entry wasn't the best, but I gave it a shot. So yeah, now that we took out that swing high, this tick down right here could have been a decent short. Let's simulate this one. So you would have been short from here. And look at it, it's playing out. So if I wasn't talking right there, I probably would have flipped there or jumped in. Oh well, there will be more. Delta's trying to roll over here. We got the 12 o'clock noon candle, Central Time, in about 3 minutes. Probably could have jumped on the 8 right there. But still, overall, I'm more bullish. I'm still looking for longs because Delta is above a rising confirmation line. Got the 12 o'clock candle coming up in 12 seconds. What is it gonna do? We do have a little chop in the Delta right here. So if I was short on this one, I would have exited on this tick up because we're more long biased. Still would have been a small winner, but we were just simulating that one. I was hoping to see more of a pullback there on the signal for a long looks like that tick up in the red zone still would have worked. JWA is still long, huh? Yeah, it's just taking its sweet old time. It is moving up, though. Back to the trend line, which is also, there's a pivot line sitting there. You mean lower high, Jawaz? Yeah, if we got a lower high, there would be bearish divergence. Still grinding our way towards that 200. Delta still rising. It's flashing tick down. It's not a lower high. Oh, shoot. I forgot my dog was still outside. She's just been sitting out there the whole time. It was like 12 below zero this morning. Still don't know how she can sit out there that long. Running into a little trouble here. Delta is tapering down. Looks rather weak. We did tick down on that trend line again. The 20 EMA is now above the 50. So the bulls do have that going for them. Yeah, the delta's really weak. It's really thin. All right, we are flashing a tick up above a rising delta, but the delta is thin. So if you take that, it's like you're walking on thin ice. Keep in mind on the higher time frames, on the 15, we still have a falling delta. So if we get a tick down under a falling delta, that's still pretty bearish on the 15. On the 5, our signal line is in the upper half, so we could technically get a bearish tick down there as well. Delta looks pretty weak on the 5. And these moves seem to be getting smaller and smaller here. Still feels like the bulls are going to make a run for it, though. Delta slope is usually a leading indicator of where price is going to go. And it is still pointed up fairly aggressively. Oh, here they go. Now the delta's starting to thicken back up. And we're making a run for the 200. I was kind of thinking about taking this tick up, but just because it was so thin, I stayed out of it. And we're at the 200. Bitcoin's still trying to push up here. Doge is pushing up and looking fairly good. Elon tweeted about Doge, so I was curious to see if it'd be running up. Except he did that last night, didn't he? It looks like he made that tweet 22 hours ago. Well, do we reject off the 200? That would be my question. Gus the Trader, your stream keeps coming up after my group's room closes on YouTube. The algo must want me to watch. Interesting. You know, I think a lot of guys throw in the towel before then, so that's probably what's happening is a lot of guys are, you know, I noticed that if I trade into the afternoon or stream into the afternoon, my numbers seem to tick up around lunchtime. So that must be when people have quit trading and now they're just kind of browsing YouTube. I don't know. Do you track VWAP and VWAP bands? I don't track VWAP bands, but I do track VWAP and an anchored VWAP. Orange line up here is anchored VWAP. That's the session anchor to the 7 a.m. Central Time candle. And then I got the standard VWAP, which is the blue line up there. Delta still trying to push up. Looks like it's getting stronger and still rising fairly aggressively. I kind of want to go long here. Tick up above a rising delta, but we're right there at the 200, so it's probably not a great idea. Probably better to wait. Schroden just watching the balloon float away over here. I know, you know, with these smaller moves like that, and there's no real great entry points, you know, we're kind of chopping the 8 the whole way up. Like, that's never fun. So you're probably better off just sitting on your hands. The Delta is getting more strength back in it, though, which is good to see. I'm assuming JWAS is still long. He's got to be rolling in the money now. Schroden, I think you mean entries. He's had multiple entries. He's been entering as the price was dropping. Delta's still looking pretty strong. Kind of wish I would have taken one of those tick ups above the rising Delta. Those are, it's starting to look like those are getting stronger and stronger. Looks like we might have just got our first delta cross in that upper power zone. If I was long, that is where I would be taking profit. Starting to get hungry. It's 12:30 Central Time. Wish we would have had some better entry setups here on this run. We did just put in a little bit of a delta squeeze there. I say a little bit because we don't really have a negative slope on the delta yet. It's more flat. It's still relatively strong, so I'd be careful on that one if you're thinking about going short. Now a little bit of a bull flag breakout here. Delta's still strong, so I mean it is a long setup. I'm not a big fan of that one, but it could continue to run through these order blocks here and make a way to the VWAP. We got the session VWAP at 976 and the standard VWAP at 991. Still just trying to be patient. Wonder if I should go eat some lunch and come back when we might have a better setup. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go eat something really quick. I'll leave the stream on. I'll come back. So if you guys want to hang out, I won't be very long. We might have a short coming up here. Odds are I'll go eat and I'll miss it, but I'm hungry, so I'll be right back. How we looking here? Oh, looks like we made it to VWAP. Bull flag still breaking out. All right, I'm making some egg chili tacos, so I'm almost done. I'll be right back. Wow. Strong move there. Kind of a grindy, strong move. Hey, can you guys hear me? Looks like my video is froze. Is my video froze? At least my camera? Weird. Looks like my chart is updating. I wonder how long it's been sitting like that. All right, let me see if I can fix that. Is that better? Looks like it's working now. It's the first time that's ever happened. Well, if we look back, I was hesitant about jumping into this because the delta was so thin. It's like kind of walking on thin ice when you jump into those trades. However, at the same time, I mentioned that when the slope is increasing this aggressively, it's usually a leading indicator of where the price is going to go. And sure enough, looks like it holds true again. So this tick up above the rising delta, where's that? Right here. That is a potential entry, as well as this tick up here. Now this one, we had this chop in here, so it's not as nice, maybe. And still, ideally, I want them in the green zone. I don't even really want them in the red zone, but sometimes you just gotta jump in there and be a little bit more aggressive. So it basically gave us two entries for this run. That one and this one. And then once you're in there, you can literally just hold it until you see exhaustion in the delta, which hasn't happened until right now, 12:58. So let's say that you just took the second one. You would have been in here, and you would have held it all the way until you see delta exhaustion, which is right here, 12:58. You can see there's just a smidgen of orange in there. And that would have been 111.5 points. That would have made anybody's day a good day. So, I still have to remind myself that sometimes you just gotta dive in head first, even though it's not like a perfect looking setup. Now we're getting closer to being in more of short territory with the confirmation line and the delta starting to converge in this upper power zone. This is the area where shorts should be on the table. Looks like we made it all the way up to previous month low and tested that. Hasn't really been much of a pullback this whole way up. You know, we've had these little bull flags, and that was about it. So it kind of feels like it's due for one. We also just had the 1 o'clock hourly candle turnover. So I am waiting for a delta squeeze if I can get it to go short. Looks like we started closing under that 8 SMA, and it's been holding below it as it's trying to turn down here. We officially printed a tick down on the 5-minute from that upper power zone. I'm going to go ahead and flip the 5-minute back to bullish since now we're above the confirmation line. The 15-minute, however, is still bearish. And we did get a tick up on the hourly. Looks like at 1 o'clock. So that's pretty bullish on the hourly. Getting a tick up from the green zone. Normally I would be interested in going long there, but with the delta and confirmation line starting to converge, I'm not really that interested in that for a long. All right, we're starting to put a tick down under this very weak delta. This could be a potential short opportunity here. It was not official. It has not ticked down yet. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get that tick down here. I wish it was a little closer to the 8. I got a limit order sitting there. Oh, come on. It was like one tick away from picking me up. Well, am I going to miss the train? Oh, come on, man. All right, well, I'm going to cancel that order. Looks like it would have been a decent one. It's all right. I guess we'll just wait for the next. Let's see if I can get picked up on the 20. We are ticking up from the green zone, so I got to be a little careful here. I just got picked up at 988.25. All right, push down. Come on. If it closes above the 20, I'm going to pull it. And I'm gone. Lost about 1.5 points on that one. Would you call that a loss or a break even? I don't know. I'll go with loss. Make my win rate look even worse. And we got this choppy, thin ice of a delta back. But the delta is under the confirmation line now, so I'm still looking for shorts. Just got to get the timing right. Well, after a move like that we made to the upside, we might end up just kind of chopping sideways here for a little bit, which is no fun if you've missed the initial move. I'll give it a little bit more time here. Let's see if we can get another setup. Otherwise, I'm probably going to call it quits for the day. Looks like we do have a broadening formation here. You know how the market loves those. Well, I should say a potential broadening formation. If we take this high, then we got a broadening formation. And we just took it. So that would be the primary target if we were long. Now let's see if we can get another short entry back to the downside. We are ticking down from the red zone. This is a short entry if it can close this way. Got about 10 seconds here. And I am short. Gotta be careful with this thin spotty delta though. It could easily tick up and take me back out of here, but still more short biased at the moment. All right, push her back down. Let's go. If it ticks up against me here and I'm underwater, that's my exit. Try not to let it hit my stop if I can help it. Still looking okay. Come on, market, push her back down. We're flashing a tick up here. Delta's still positive, so we're gonna have to pull it if we close like this. So hopefully we can push her back down. And I'm out. Lost 7.5 on that one. Just not ready yet, I guess. We can put in a lower high, I'll jump back in. Back up to the top of the Browning formation. Starting to flash another tick down. Can we get it? Not yet. Where's my lower high? All right, here comes that lower high. Delta's still weak. No lower high officially. Nope, it never printed, so we're still waiting. Delta's still weak, starting to turn negative again. Pretty sure we'll get the lower high on this one. Hopefully it's not a giant candle because I don't like entering on those. And I'm short again. from 992.50. Now, if this fails and we tick up with a higher low, I might actually flip long because the delta is just kind of hanging out in that upper power zone, and the longer it hangs out there, the longer, or the more convinced I am that we're going to continue in a sustained uptrend. Delta is negative, which is what I want to see. It's starting to round down a little. Now our primary target would be the swing low right here. I'm going to go ahead and move my stop to break even. See if we can take out this low. Now my extreme target is down here at 926. See if we can get that. If we can't, I'll exit on the next exit setup. Come on, market, push her down. We are getting a tick up in that green zone. Yeah, we got the tick up. So I'm going to keep my stop at break even here. I could have taken a little profit there, but I'll give it another chance. It's right up against my break even. And it hit my break even. So another break even for the day. Still bearish. So still waiting for the next bear setup. We are just chopping that VWAP. Let's see how crypto's doing. Doge still pushing up. Bitcoin still pushing up. So I'm waiting to see if we can get the signal back up here near that upper power zone. As long as the delta is still weak, I would take that short again. But if the delta is gaining strength, that will be a different story. So far, it's still relatively weak. Okay. They're starting to flash a tick down there. It's not official. But, all right, here we go. So now I'm short again. And if this doesn't work, I think I'm going to be done. So 20,995 is where I'm in. Delta is still relatively weak. However, we do have this slight upward slope on the delta, so that's what's going against us here a little bit. So if we can get that delta to turn back down, if the delta looks like it's gaining strength and we tick up here, then I'm going to pull the plug and and I might actually flip long in that scenario. Still pointed down, still looking okay. Delta starting to turn negative here, which is what we want to see. Still haven't taken out that swing low, which is what I would consider to be the primary target. My extreme target is down here at 925.75. You're welcome, Patrick. We'll see you tomorrow. Go ahead and move my stop to break even now. I think we just took out the primary target there. Did it actually go below the swing low? Maybe not. Might be a tick off. All right, now we took out the primary target. So because the primary target was taken, if we tick up from this power zone, I'm going to pull the plug. But if it wants to keep going, I'm not going to argue with it. And we just ticked up from that lower power zone. So I'm still in. I said I was going to pull the plug there, but it still looks really weak. So I'm holding on. I'm going to go ahead and trail my stop. Hossein, how about trailing take profit? Is it not in the plan? I am trailing my take profit right now. But typically, I don't do that. Typically, I just wait for particular cumulative delta patterns. So, for example, if we got a higher low in this lower power zone, and if the delta looked really weak, I would probably pull it. Weak being thin. But if the delta is gaining strength as we're falling, I'm going to stay in. See how this delta candle's fatter than the previous one? It's gaining strength as we're falling here. So you don't necessarily want to exit too early. If it's giving it to you, you want to stay in. So we were right on the bottom of this broadening formation trend line. We are ticking up from that lower power zone, so this would be a conservative place to take profit if it closes that way. But again, if it wants to keep dropping, I'm not going to argue with it. Yeah, 5-minute delta's starting to head down too. Getting closer to my extreme target here. And we just hit it. So that adds 69 points on the board. And there we go. Another profitable day with a crappy win rate. Well, guys, I think I'm done for the day. So, any last questions before I head out? Schroden, so that setup was, is that a question? Yeah, so here, I'll walk you guys through it really quick. All right, so here we had our delta cross on the confirmation, or under the confirmation line in a power zone. As soon as that happens, my mindset is looking for shorts instead of longs. So as long as the delta remains weak underneath that confirmation line, I am looking for shorts. Obviously, if you don't time it right, you can still get run over. That's why I have a small loss here. I got a break even there. So, but as long as you keep waiting for the signal to pull back up in the red zone and tick down, every one of those is a short. The closer you can get that to the power zone, the better. See how this one was higher than those? And it's closer to, you know, just underneath the delta. So that is the short right there at 1:40 p.m. And she's still dropping. So I still could have stayed in and waited for a tick up. And, you know, generally speaking, when I set a static take profit like this, I typically regret not just following the cumulative delta, because something like this typically happens where it just keeps going and see how the signal's flattening out on the bottom? And see how this is falling with such momentum? Like, you want to stay in when it's doing that. That's when it's putting in like a beautiful move. So if you're just going to pull the plug early, you're going to probably be kicking yourself, kind of like I am right now. As long as this is falling aggressively, you can hold all the way until you get a cross back above the delta. So, I mean, that could continue all the way down here and take out the low. You know? I mean, if it's already put in another 48 points since I got out. So, but yeah, the key with that is you look for the delta cross, and the delta's got to stay weak, and look for those tick downs right near the power zone under the delta. If the delta's weak when that happens, short it. If it's gaining strength and it's starting to thicken back up like it did, you know, previously over here, then of course you would not want to short that. But this was actually a beautiful setup right here. And it's still playing out. I wish I would have held on. But I'll take the 69 points, I guess. So, and that is that this particular setup. Now, usually it doesn't take all of these tries to go. Usually it's, you know, on the first or second. But of all of the cumulative delta setups, that is my favorite. Right after you get that cross from a big move, it's more of a reversal setup. So even if you're just looking for that one setup and that one setup only, that makes this cumulative delta indicator Totally worth it. Because you will be profitable if that's the only thing that you wait for. That I can almost guarantee. There's no guarantees in the market, but that setup plays out over and over and over again. Schroden, so max exit in this case could be when the cumulative delta starts to taper, or, well, when it's gaining momentum like this and it's falling with such aggression, I wouldn't even get out on a taper. I would wait for, because here's the thing. The more momentum it has, the longer it takes to put the brakes on. So when you see this aggressive momentum, and even if it starts to taper a little bit here, it's almost always better to wait for a thin delta cross. So not only taper, but wait for the signal to get back above it. And ideally, that will happen like somewhere over in here. So this might, start to put the brakes on a little bit, start to, move more over this way. And the delta will start to kind of round down like this. And then the signal usually will, do something like this, come down, tick up, and then you're back to your delta squeeze again. So, however, always keep a mental note of where this confirmation line is, because when that happens, your confirmation line still could be right here. And so you want to look at the distance between the delta and the confirmation line. And if you got a lot of space here, then the delta squeezes aren't as, or there's a lower likelihood that that will play out to the upside. But as time goes on, and this gets to be more over here, and this delta starts to come down and converge with the delta, the closer they get together, the better. You don't want all this space in here. You want them to start to converge or cross. You're basically looking for the opposite of this that happened at the top. So, yeah, this drop is really making me kick myself now. And it's what makes it harder to stay in the trade is when you've been waiting all day long for a move like this and you see it, you see it put in these tiny little moves over and over and over again. And so your mind naturally gets trained to want to just kind of get out as soon as you can. But you really got to read the delta. Like if the delta is showing you this aggression, you want to stay in for that move. That's all in the playbook. Stealths, now just wait for the confirmation line to come lower and then wait for delta to cross it, and it should be a nice long. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Schroden, I agree. It always helps to review. It looks like we're going to come all the way down and take out the daily low. Man, I am really regretting taking profit there now. Look at that move. See how much I left on the table. Wow, 116 points since I got out. And I got out at 69 points or whatever it was. If we take out this low, that'll be 134. And it's looking more and more like that's what it's going to do. I certainly would not get in now if you're not in. Chasing is never a good thing. But yeah, of all of the setups in the playbook, this has to be my favorite. So if you wanted to save yourself some some time and anguish, blood, sweat, and tears, just look for this one setup and you don't even have to bother with any of the others. Yeah, I know. I know. You know, one of these days, and I say this a lot, but my goal is still to have a perfect day trading according to my rules. That doesn't mean like all wins. It just means A, following all my rules, and B, actually taking all the setups that present themselves and staying in for the duration like this until I actually have an exit set up. The day I can do all of that, even if I have losses on the board, that will, in my mind, be a perfect trading day. I still have yet to do it. Maybe one of these days. We did just take out that low, by the way. Wow, what a move. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Stairs up, elevator down. So yeah, if I was in this trade, I would just be waiting for a thin delta cross to get out. Or a delta squeeze. So a tick up above a thin delta. That's a pretty safe exit. Unless it V-bottoms, but I mean, V-bottoms are kind of rare. So, but hey, it was another profitable day, and that's really what matters. So as long as you can put a little green on the board every day, that's the main thing. Schroden says, interesting to observe the role of the chop in absorbing the buying volume before sellers took over. Yep. And that's typically what happens before a big move. I don't know if they're layering in there or what's happening, but that's why you got to just keep hitting them. You got to hit all of those setups. You know, or I should say in my early days when I was doing this, I always had the mindset that, okay, well, if 2 in a row didn't work out or 3 didn't work out, then don't take the next one. And it would always be the next one that goes. So I've learned to just keep taking them. But as a result, you guys have seen that that's why I end up with a lot of break evens and a lot of small losses. But like I always say, win rate doesn't matter. What matters is your average risk to reward and whether or not you end the day green. So, and I know just by doing this a lot that if I keep doing that, then usually I end up green. So, well, guys, I'm done for the day. So I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Let's see if there's any news tomorrow. So yeah, we do have CPI tomorrow morning at 7:30. So that should be fun. So we'll see you guys again tomorrow morning, and take care and good luck.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny when the Delta's green and riding high. When a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hope and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat deltas are what I beat. Well, traders, low, let me see that life is goes. Am I happy? Delta skinny, not my taste. Fat candles are my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got victories, stacking tall. No weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big delta's my golden key. Big delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're aboard. Give me fat deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right.